Oh. Vahid. Hi. TG Crackers time. Hi. A strange name. Do you enjoy Ritz crackers? What about, you know, wheat thins? You know that? Bose LOL, he says. Multigrain wheat thins, fuck. Interesting statement. Hi. Do you agree with this hot take that multigrain wheat thins something intercourse? Okay, so I stayed up too late playing goddamn Forest Shuffle. And I went to work and I was great. You know, it was actually great. I was not tired at all. And then I came home and went to bed. Oh, that was now I'm like, ugh, fuck. MC squared. You know what I'm saying? Boomer. Well, someone's got to be the boomer around here. Everyone's trying to be a fucking zoomer. I watched some kind of video yesterday, or maybe I was at work. I can't remember. And it was like, and it's like it like showed like the millennial like generation gap. Not generation gap, but like the time periods of the millennial generation. And like the first half of millennials are like actual millennials about the avocado toast and the hardship and the financial crisis and stuff like that. And then like the other half of millennials, the younger ones, are like pretenders for Gen Z. It's actually kind of true. I think everyone that I know that is in like the young millennial age bracket acts like they're Gen Z, but they're not. So someone's got to be the boomer around here. Everyone wants to be fucking Gen Z. Man, you got to speak English. I can't moderate your Arabic speech there, buddy. Hi, Caitlin. Hello. Well, look, you didn't listen, and now I gotta ban you from the channel. You know, we just don't have any tolerance for you know, I mean, very low tolerance for YouTube chatters, to be honest. I opened this automatically without talking about it. This is Monster Chaotic. You guys remember that? It used to be like a gray can with like an orange M. This is like the orange juice one or something. The original like juiced monster. Except now it looks like this. Isn't that weird? I think this is the orange juice one. Yeah, this one has orange juice in it. Let's see how I feel about the orange juice one in this day and age. Well, sure looks like it got orange juice in it. Orange juice is so good. It doesn't matter that Tropicana is like kind of illegal and they put like extra orange stuff in their orange juice. It's still really good. No one cares. No one cares that it's not real. As long as it tastes good. It looks like barely not carbonated. Like it's just like barely carbonated. It smells like oranges, but not like fresh squeezed orange juice. It smells like, okay, you got a package of vitamin C chewables. Or the like orange Tums. Yeah, it smells like those chalky rockets, that trademark Monster like rocket scent / flavor, except it's like the orange one, or like a medicinal orange character. And it really smells like Monster too. There's a hefty dose of like regular Monster aroma in this, like that kind of slightly apple mango Halloween Rockets candy thing. I don't think they ever change. I don't think they ever changed the recipe of this. I think it's the same fucking drink from before. Like it like the aroma reminds me of like 2006 drinking like one of the old cans. Like, is it got a weird nostalgia to it? Like, sort of in a bad way. Like, I don't mean the nostalgia is bad. I mean, like, it really didn't taste that good, but it's it was the best juice Monster we had at the time. And I don't think they changed the form. I think it's exactly the same. I guess we'll reserve our complete judgment to actually consuming the liquid, but there's like a weird cocktail of fruit though, like mango and pineapple. And then in comes the like Rockets candy medicinal orange. This nose is really good. Kim Parker. Hi. It's actually excellent. It's kind of doing like that weird kind of dynamic whiskey thing where like, and I've never had an energy drink do that before, where like you don't really know what you're gonna get every time you smell it. Like it could be, it smells like medicinal orange, or it could smell like rockets. It could smell like original Monster, where it has like that slight creaminess to it. It could smell like apple juice, pineapple, pear. Like, this is goated, okay? This is a goated nose. If an energy drink has a goated nose, it's this one. Oh, it's so good. It's really good. I need this caffeine in my body, but this is excellent. This is like, in whiskey related terms, it's like over 20. Cream soda, orange creamsicle. I'm gonna fucking drink the liquid. It's so good. Oh. Is this the best energy drink on the market? Maybe. It's really good. Now the palate is a little muddled, but it's still got, it's like got that regular Monster chalky rocket kind of flavor to it. Slightly medicinal, but also has some of those fruit flavors from like the juice. The finish is not bad. I'm not a boomer though. That's the thing. I was just saying that, like, you know, someone's gotta like be the one to use some, you know, everyone's language is going forward. I gotta use some language that goes backwards, you know. Kinger, hi. To make things more interesting. Progress. We can't forget the past. We must not repeat the mistakes of the past. It's very important. Heavens to Murgatroyd. My wife, what a battle axe. This is the only chill live? Thank you. I assume that's a compliment. I'm not sure these days, but... Strimmer. Bose. LOL. Look this monkey. Look at this monkey reaction to a century egg. A. Look at this monkey's reaction to a century egg, a traditional Chinese delicacy. Gross, man. Exactly. Monkey knows what's up. I would probably act the exact same way. This nose is like a 22 or 23. I have to think about the palate. I think that's rough on the palate is like, and when I say rough, I mean like, I want it to be good. But what's holding it back a little bit? So there's clearly different fruit juices in this. And what happens is, so there's different places on your tongue that taste different things. Hi, Redburn. And one of the things that's like really makes a nice whiskey is when certain parts of the whiskey hit at different times. So it's like you get a sweet element right up front, and then you kind of get some more like acidity and sort of like fruit tartness and stuff like that, like as it moves across your palate, and then get some bitterness and stuff like that at the finish. And it's kind of like you get this wave of flavor that kind of like hits in different places on your palate, right? And the issue with this is way too much of the flavor hits at the same time, right at the sweet part, right at the front. So you kind of get like bombarded on the attack, and you kind of lose some of those fruit juices. Like you can tell that they're there, like pineapple, apple, orange. I don't know what else is in here. Pear. Like what's in here? Like it's probably like grape, apple, pineapple, or something like that. Apple, orange, peach, tangerine, pineapple, white grape. Okay, it's way more than I thought. So all of those juices are in here, and you can get them on the nose. That's what makes the nose so goated. Like if you hang out in here a little bit, you'll get those different fruit juices. But when it comes to like actually trying to receive them on the palate, it's kind of like the sugar and the like fruit juice sweetness and all that all kind of hit at the same time right at once, and you don't really get very much. And then as it moves through your palate, you kind of get that slightly medicinal monster chalky rocket kind of flavor, which is consistent. So you always kind of get like a bit of a monster flavor, but it's pretty hard to like pick out the different fruit juices because they're all hitting at the same time. And that's kind of like where it's kind of let down, you know, like too many of the flavors are trying to hit the palate at the same time. Sometimes I feel like I'm a liquid engineer or something like that. I'm like deconstructing how these liquids are received by your receptors. It seems like a I don't have a degree, though. It's like this would be better if, like, it had more clear sweet note. And then, like, had something to balance out against the monster chalky flavor in the mid palate. And then really good if it had something that was bitter about it or spicy. Like if it had a spicy note on the back palate. Like it kind of just tastes like fruit cocktail right at first into like chalky rocket monster. It's still really good though. All right. Aroma, 25. Punch monster chaotic. 23. I just overdosed on chicken wings for breakfast. Okay. Maybe these are details that a person shouldn't ask for. What defines overdose in relation to chicken wings? Now, I understand overdose in terms of drugs. I understand overdose in terms of like caffeine and sugar. Or even like bread. I kind of get it. Like, you know, you're like, oh, I just ate so much bread and now I'm tired. But chicken wings are like pretty lean, aren't they? What does this look like, you know? Just truly mean, cricks. Batter gets you in the long game. Need to poop, but can't move. So you're saying is you consumed so much that it is putting pressure on your internal systems, but you're too fat to make this happen. Interesting. Noted. This chat, weird. Crassus, I've been to your stream before. Nothing that happens in this chat is weird by proxy. Okay. I don't stream. Not recently, no. But you know exactly what I'm talking about. ZZZZZ, hi, Samuel. Nothing to stream. Oh, I suppose. You could be like that other guy and stream your World of Warcraft adventures. Raid leader point of view. Legit have the meat sweats. Rather jump, he says. I don't even want to raid tonight in the first place. How did you end up in this situation? I don't understand how it happened. I know you were caught in a moment of weakness. You were caught in a moment of weakness. I remember the Discord conversation. It was like, if you guys were going to convince me to play some Mythic Plus, now would be a good time. And somehow you're playing, or you're raiding now. How does that even happen? Watch somebody get fail to walk in a circle for an hour. So checked it. It's not even funny. Is Mythic Plus any good though? Like I'm not for my. I will never do Mythic Plus, but you know what I mean. Is that like not bad, or is it still shit? Whole game is the same. Yeah. This we knew. It's a trick. Okay, it's a trick. What happens is less chores. Oh, that's true. Instead of having to play the game now, you can pay extra to not have to play. It reminds me of mobile gaming. It's like, here's a mobile game. Gaming. And then you're like, well, I could play the mobile game, or I could pay extra money to not play it. Classic Riot. That game is so fucking bad. Why does this exist? Well, turns out they have engineered this cool model where they have a generation of users who are intrinsically wired to want to play the game, even though it's dog shit. And what happens is, every couple of years, your brain goes, I haven't played the game in so long, I forget how dog shit it is. And then they buy the latest expansion pack. And then they're like, oh, shit. I've been scammed. And I get it. I totally get it. Because look at this. Look at me. I didn't buy Dragonflight. And I'm almost all the way through the second one in a row. I didn't buy War Within either. But I haven't played the game in so long. I'm like, well, you know, maybe. But I don't have time for that. And I don't want to do the stuff you guys do. And then I ask, like, well, what about the stuff you guys don't do? Do you know anything about that? And you're like, well, no, I don't know anything about that shit I don't know anything about. I don't play that part of the game. I just spend $20 for a WoW token and ignore it. And I was like, oh. Mastercraft Dubel, welcome back. So, it's weird. But I haven't played Warcraft for so long that it gets back into the back of your brain like, well, you know, I haven't played this since when did Shadowlands come out? Oh my god, I looked up, was Shadowlands a movie? What the hell is that? Initial release date November 23, 2020. And I played Shadowlands for 1 month. So I haven't played Warcraft for like almost 5 years. Okay. like retail. I think I played classic, but that's like not even the same game. I really don't want to. I really don't want to. I don't have time for it. How are you? Not too bad. What am I drinking? Oh. Yeah, we got off track. I was in the middle of rating this Punch Monster Chaotic. Do you remember this? McScuttlebutt. Do you remember this? It used to be a gray can with an orange M on it. Look at it now. But I'm pretty sure it's the same recipe. A few years ago, some friends convinced me to buy, I don't know, even remember, a boost to 60, and everyone I was playing with quit, and I was like, WTF. Yeah, like, that's the thing, though, is like, the only way, like, the thing is, no one I know, like, this is just the stupidest shit, okay? Right now, everyone I know is playing the game. But everyone I know is playing a different game than I would ever play. Which is basically like, they just want to log in and do a Mythic Plus and maybe do a raid. They pretend they want to do that at least. And I want to log in and like go fishing and like craft items and stand at the auction house and flip items. That's what I want to do. Which is just not even the same game that they're playing. So even if I know people playing it, I'm not really going to play with them. And my schedule is like completely opposite of everybody I know. So I don't even have, I'm not even online at the same time they would be anyways. And then what'll happen is like they might quit or not, but it like doesn't even matter because I wasn't playing with them anyway. The problem is that I haven't played retail for so long that I don't remember what it's like back here, and then everyone's talking about it in this year, and then I'm like, well, maybe this is a good idea. And they're like, no, it's not. Well, you know, maybe. No other game really like hits it right, you know, and WoW doesn't hit right either, but you haven't experienced it for so long you forget that. And then so many new things come out that you're like, well, at least it'll be new for like, I don't know, like 2 months, and then you'll quit, and then it'll be interesting for that amount of time. Where are your cats? I don't know. Mosey was here for like 1 second, and Adrian was here for like 1 second. One is probably in the office sleeping where my wife works, and the other one is probably being tortured by my son or something like that. My problem is I don't even know how to play retail route. Warcraft. Yeah, I don't know how to play retail either. Like, I'm pretty sure when I played Shadowlands, I didn't know how to play. Like, when I played Shadowlands, what happened is I got on my Warlock and I played through the, like, I want to say campaign, but I played through the quests until, like, you get to choose, like, a faction or some shit. And, of course, I chose the, like, vampire faction because that one was cool. And then I, like, got my renown to, like, the cap of the time period where you got all the, like, blue set of gear. And then I logged off and never logged back on again. The Vampire Zone was cool. I don't even remember what it's called. Shadowlands Vampire Zone. Revendreth. Halloween All the Time Zone. What was that? I don't know that one. But I don't know like most of the stuff in retail. I'm like checked out so far. The new Duskwood. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so we were trying to record a review about Chaotic Punch Monster. We'll probably like finish that up. I'll probably have to like upload this and then cut all the World of Warcraft conversation out of it. Because it's like 20 minutes worth of World of Warcraft conversation and not talking about this beverage, which is actually really good. And that palette has like all that juice hitting right at the same time. It's got that chalky rocket thing in the middle. Man, I really want to give it a good score. But it's not quite 21. It's like a 20. But yeah, the thing about WoW is like, again, like I don't know how to play anything. Like it's so like modern, you know. I don't know how to play any of the characters, like any of the classes. I don't know anything about that shit. Like I played my Warlock and like I'm pretty sure I played it wrong. And if there's so many buttons, oh my god, so many buttons, you know. I just want to like. There's so many things, so many weird systems. Like renown and like weird grinds and stuff and like I keep seeing this thing about traders tenders. What the fuck even is that? Like I kind of want to just like mine some rock, go fishing, level up my crafting profession, sit at the auction house. I don't know how anything works, zero clue. Well, no, I mean for my part of the game. I don't know how any of that rating shit works, and it doesn't matter. Oof, he says. Board Game Bird, how's it going? That part of the game is in 14. I just don't like it in 14. I don't know what's wrong with it. I don't like it in 14. I didn't really like it that much in Warcraft either. Are you an MMO guy? Sort of. It's like one of those things where like it's like a disease, you know. It's not really like, oh, you're into that kind of thing. Not really, but I don't have any choice. It's like a disease, you know. Like some people at an early age, they smoke tobacco, okay, and then they're hooked on cigarettes for the rest of their life. And it's very hard to quit. They don't like cigarettes, but what choice do they have? And MMORPGs are the same similar thing. You know, you get introduced at a young age. You don't know what you're doing. You have the best time of your life. And then they'll go to shit. But in the back of your mind, you're like, oh, I mean, gotta mine some more of that ore. You're gonna get a level up over here. And then you quit and you're like, you know, I've been sober for so long. And then you just, it creeps back in. It's like, anybody? Hey, you want to level up? Finish on this is like 18. Only applicable if you play crap MMOs. There's a lot of bad ones. Ooh, I mean, there's a whole lot of hot take in that comment. I feel like there's going to be some that are a bit of a hot take. I can tell. Went all in on Ashes of Creation. I want Ashes of Creation to be good, but I don't think it'll be good. The only Kickstarter MMO that I got burned on, and I say burned on to the tune of like $35, which is like whatever, is Camelot. But you know, this was how long ago? Like this was before, you know, it was like all these games were like eating shit all the time. You know what I mean? Like this was so long ago. $2013. This was 12 years ago. You know. You know, if we're talking in like sometimes it's better to just think of life in terms of what World of Warcraft expansion was it at the time, just to put everything in perspective for people. Sometimes it helps. What time of the WoW patch cycle was this? And this was in the middle of Mists of Pandaria. Okay, that's how long ago we're talking about when we're talking about Camelot Unchained's Kickstarter. They're all bad, but yeah, but Crassus, you have a bleak view of the MMO where you just want to like go in there and kill the boss and nothing else matters. Some of us see more of it than that. I think it has the best chance of anything out there. Maybe. The problem with Ashes, it has the same problem as most new games that, like a lot of MMOs, they do the thing where they're like, what's the word? We have the solution to the MMO problem, kind of like feel to them. And either they don't have the solution and say they do, or the design just doesn't work. That tends to be the issues, right? What has a better chance? No, I'm not saying something has a better chance. I'm just saying it's kind of like, well, if I was a betting man, you know, probably there's no good bets around. And that's all I'm saying. It's like I guess I'm saying it probably doesn't have any better of a chance than anything else, really, or like marginally so. You know, I don't know that like the design will work. That's this idea that we're gonna have open world PvP and it's not gonna be wolf and sheep. And everyone's going to participate, and it's not going to be weird where, like, guys are win trading the cities, like, all these ideas, like, that it's all going to work really well. It's probably not going to materialize like that. Wolf and sheep, but wolf will pay the price. Yeah, that's not what I mean though. Sure, there's the idea that like you have wolves and wolves like chasing sheep, and there has to be sheep in the game or else the wolves just fight other wolves, and that's lame. But the sheep has to like stand a chance, or the sheep like has to be like incentivized well enough to be willing to be a sheep. And no game has done that very well. The wolf pay a price has never been high enough. Never ever. Because there's no price you can put on the griefing of a rival human's emotion. No one gives a fuck about the price. They just kill you anyway. Part of like the wolf sheep idea is back in the day there was these open world games where, you know, people were playing the game and they didn't necessarily define themselves as sheep, but they were the sheep, and there wasn't like an alternative game where they weren't just going to get preyed upon, like Ultima Online or like when we played Dranzik or whatever. Like, you know, you were the sheep, but you know, the game was so good you were okay with being the sheep just so you got to play the game. It was like an RP thing too, but sheep needs materials to make stuff good incentive. I've never seen it work, is the thing. So we'll see what happens, but it's never worked, right? Like either there's some, because you can't just be like penalize the wolf, right? Because the wolf needs a way to like get to play the game normally again. So, you know, you can't just be like, oh, you're permanently disabled. We can't do that. And then, you know, what if you just have more people? What if you just have more accounts? Like, it's just, there's so many issues with the idea. It's a bit onerous, maybe, but there's lots of games that have tried to do that and it has not worked. Well, what if you just have 3 accounts, right? There's no alting. People are going to have multiple accounts. You and I both know that. Let's not be so yeah, it's got juice in it. Let's not be so naive. You know, like, yeah, I don't mean like it's like EverQuest where you have a guy like buffing your other guy. I mean like, you know, oh, so you have penalty for a guy ganking you. Well, he just logs off and logs on his other character and ganks you again on that character, and all of a sudden he's made his penalty 1/3. But also you don't want to have to make the game so grindy where you have to grind the game a lot because people don't want to play a grindy game. Well, now that just makes it easy for the guy to be up to date on multiple accounts to reduce the penalty. Right? It's just the fact that it's hard to make the design work. People get around it, you know. Think it'll be a little grindy? Maybe. But, you know, I've also watched people play Ashes and they play in big groups. So, probably like you can multi-account and level up multiple characters. I don't know. I'm not saying it's not going to work. There's a lot of factors against the design. That's the problem. And making all of those like happen in a perfect world, like some game is going to come out. Like the Ashes will release. It will be a game that plays some kind of way. The thing is I don't think it's going to play in the way that the perfect mind wants it to play, where like some guys gank and some guys are willing to be ganked, and you know it all works great because just no game's made it work. And part of the reason is like it's chasing an idea that was kind of created in the nascent time of MMORPGs, where people didn't have access to all the information and the best builds, and they didn't like think, well, if I just don't like getting ganked in this game, I'll go play the PvE server. There was no PvE servers for Ultima or whatever. Like the kind of player that plays the kind of game is different. The kind of player that likes to PvE doesn't play games like that anymore. No one plays EVE Online and crabs, really. You know what I mean? You know, they always PvP somewhat. Say that about every single game? Yes. But the problem is like when you have a game that's been so long in development and you have a whole lot of people chasing this idea that has never been realized, it's a little bit different than saying, well, my single player game didn't have the best story. I wanted it to have a better story. That's a little different than like we missed the mark on like the design dream, right? Where the game turned out to be like way too open world PvP oriented and no one wanted to be the sheep or whatever, right? What idea do you think is being chased? The open world PvP dream, where you're gonna like have open world PvP and everyone's gonna play on the same server, and some people are gonna be okay with PvPing, some people are okay with being ganked, and you're gonna have massive raids with towns that are dynamic, like this whole idea, right? It's very much not a game for every player, sure, but you need each ones of these kinds of players, right? This sandbox idea. We're talking about like almost the medieval version of EVE Online, right? Like the same sort of idea, except without the bullshit. You know? You want the open world sandbox, right? That's the thing. Like that's like what open world sandbox has really worked. Like really. Like EVE kind of works. It's not a game for every player. No, absolutely not. But it doesn't really work. It kind of works, but not really. So you're going to want to have like a game that plays sort of like WoW or EverQuest or whatever, like this idea, but it's an open world sandbox. And you're not going to have, you don't want people to like go complete grief mode. No like WoW type game has really worked in that way. There's always like design issues. Like theme parks are lame. Oh, absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with you. I would prefer like so I if there's two schools of like MMO design, and we're in the wrong channel for this, but it doesn't matter. Like there's the people that grew up in like the Ultima side of the MMO, and there's the people that grew up in like the EverQuest side of the MMO. And like the EverQuest is like the theme park thing that turned into Warcraft and took off. And then there's like, no, you're good. And then there's like the Ultima like sandbox thing where you wanted like things to continue being like a sandbox, right? And like the sandbox side of the games was like, well, no one wants to get owned in the sandbox, so we have a PvE sandbox now. And then you could play EVE, and that was like it. And then this side that was theme park and somewhat sandbox became more and more theme park and went all the way into theme park land. Like it's completely like arcade mode now. And then like the sandbox games like turned into those like small server limit crafting Rust type games where they're not really MMORPGs anymore. Because the formula kind of didn't work with a long-term mindset. Like if you built a base you know, and someone kicked it over, it was temporary anyway, right? So no one really kind of was able to recreate the like long-term MMO sandbox idea, except like Eve kind of worked. It sort of works. Kind of. It worked better before. It works less good now. It's just, it's definitely just never worked really since Ultima like made Trammel, and people realize that you don't have to be the guy that loses. You know? Like, that's one of the problems with open world sandbox is someone's got to lose usually. Hi, you. Here's the cat. I don't know if you're still here, Mastercraft. Now I see why you describe MMOs as a disease. What do you mean? What do you mean? The way I see it as a disease is because, like, you have an idea of what the game is that you want, but no game's going to do that. Because you grew up, you know, in a sandbox game, and those sandbox games don't really exist. They don't really exist. And then you go to play some of these theme parks, and they're like, well, it's kind of cool. But it's not it. It's never going to be it, right? And like there is MMOs that are sandbox that exist that have open world concepts, and they're like really low player count because just, you know, people don't really, the idea just tends to not work generally. So the idea that Ashes is going to be the one that works is just going to be met with skepticism, at least for me, like until they can prove somehow that they can make this idea work, right? Because the only reason I think it worked in the beginning is because it was the dawn of this sort of video game, and people didn't like know that they had other options other than to be the guy that loses. Yeah. Because I was okay being the guy in EVE Online that, like, I didn't have to be the guy that fought, and I didn't have to be the guy that won and lost. I was okay just existing in a universe, if that makes any sense. And just not very many games do that very well. Like the way they do winner loser across the board, though, I don't know exactly how it works because I've heard I heard things and then things change and then I don't keep up with it, so I don't know what they're doing now as opposed to before or whatever. But my goodness. Ultimately, like, you can't trust the player. I think the biggest problem with sandboxes that they have to solve really is you can't trust the player to not game the system. I think that it's all systematized. Whatever the system is, you can't trust the player to not game the system. So whatever system it is, it has to be so bulletproof that it can't be gamed. And I've never seen that happen. Like, it's always abusable in some kind of way. Or not, or the other thing is, you cannot put a logic or a price on people just wanting to break shit. or grief some other player. You can't put a price on that. People will do it anyway. Just to make someone else miserable. I think you have to pick what kind of abuse you allow. That might be true, but the problem is then someone is getting abused. And if someone's getting abused, that person doesn't want to play, you know. If you're up on the corruption system, I'm 0 out of date with the game because up to date with the game because, like, you know, things change and I don't have time to keep up with that. So I don't know how it works at all. But if it's anything like old reputation systems, they tend to people don't give a shit. I don't know how it works exactly, but you know, there's contentious ideas too, where it's like, well, if it's something to do with item dropping, well, item dropping is contentious with the idea that you don't want to have too much grinding, and is also contentious with the idea that if someone is just strictly better than you, they don't need as many items and stuff like that. What's to stop the guy that sucks from losing? Does that have something to do with item dropping? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Well, if you have something to do with item dropping, but you don't want the game to be too grindy, how bad is the item dropping really? Or, you know, if you have a game that's skill-based, because people like games to be not completely based on gear, they want them to have some skill factor involved. What if some guy is so good he can kill people naked? Because they suck. Lose raw power and risk dropping your inventory and equipped items. Yeah, see, that's the one where, like, if I have another account, I'll just log on my other account, and then I've thirded the penalty, right? If I have 3 accounts. I have all my guys in the same place, and I log off, and I log on my other guy. You know? You may lose a portion of your bag. To me, like, it doesn't even... Like, the fact that you can lose a portion of your bag, and... GM bans all your accounts for griefing, but that's the game. Right? Like, that doesn't work. Who's to decide what's griefing? Right? Like, is it allowed or not? You're going to pay GMs to monitor every instance of this? I don't know. It's not allowed. You can't kill the same person over and over again, or you can't kill anybody over and over again. I don't know, man. I'm very skeptical that they're going to pay GMs to watch every instance of people, like, getting killed and making judgments. Like, nobody does that anymore. You know? Because then you get into this weird thing where, well, what's the rules? Well, the rules become whatever the GM determines to be griefing. It's not... You say, like, for example, to use your words, you say it's systematized. Okay, great, it's systematized. But now it's up to the GM to decide. Now it's not systematized anymore. It's GM judgment. And who knows what that is? It's whatever the guy feels like. Care Bears also aren't inert. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Doesn't have to be GM judgment specifically in the event of multi-account. It's just like, even in games that multi-account's illegal, people multi-account all the time. So I just have a hard time believing that you're going to easily know someone's multi-accounting. You know? Someone who gets ganked into... Aren't you supposed to have people and orgs to help you out? That's the dream. But that doesn't always really work, right? You know, some people, they don't, you know, what if I want to play the game on my own? So they're trying to incentivize. I know, but this is my point, is lots of games try to incentivize that, but none of them work. Because no one gives a shit, people want to play on their own, or whatever. Can't solo the game? Well, then not very many people are going to play. And if it ends up being a niche title, then it's maybe not going to be the success a lot of people want it to be if it's a niche title. You know, there's plenty of niche titles already that don't have that many people that play the game. And then when you have niche titles that don't have that many people playing the game, then it's harder to find groups of people that want to, like, play in a group. A game that can't be soloed won't be played. It'll be played by significantly less people. Yeah. Absolutely. That's the big ask of the MMO community, an MMO that's actually massively multiplayer. Yeah, but that's the thing, is that's kind of like what I'm that's what I'm trying to say about, like, player behavior nowadays versus what player behavior used to be. Is like, people want this idea that it's like a massively multiplayer game where, like, people are going to come to your raid and we're playing in groups and all this idea, but, like, the same people are the people that before had lots of free time and they've grown up, they come home from work and they want to just play some game, you know, and not have to worry about getting ganked. You know, they want to play solo for some amount of time. They want to log on and do something on their own. They don't want to have to log on and hold hands the entire time they're playing the game. And it's just that some amount of people have unlimited free time and will play the game. But the thing is most people, even if they want that idea, they don't want that really. Like, you know, I know there's some kind of, like, World of Warcraft, think you want what you don't want, or whatever that line is, right? But I guess we'll see. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, here's the thing, like, in the realm of this whole conversation, I want the game to work. Like, I want it to work. The problem is none of them work. And I don't think that one's going to work either, for the same reasons that the other ones never worked. Right? Like, if it works, it'll be, like, not that popular. You know? Or it'll not work the way that this idea, like the dream, wants it to work. You know what I mean? Like, it's either going to be one of the two things. It doesn't play like the dream, or no one's going to want to really play it, like, in a large system. Like, it, you know, it's going to be like EVE Online, where it's a niche game. Like, EVE Online is played. It operates basically on the principles that we're talking about now, roughly. You know, when you go to Null and someone ganks you, someone types in intel, hey, blah, 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 ship in this sector, come help my ass. You know, it roughly works. But it's a niche game that not very many people play. Because, you know, either you log on and you're stuck in high security and you do whatever you want, But even then you get griefed sometimes. Or you log in, and if you play on your own, you take an infinite risk of losing whatever you undock with, right? Too optimistic, believe will either work and fail / limp, or not work and die. Yeah, I think it's just, again, the majority of players are not going to want that kind of experience that is consistent with the dream that maybe you and I want. Like, it'll be more popular than EVE Online if it works. Like, if it fulfills the dream, if you will. Like, it'll probably be more popular than EVE because EVE is an old ass game that like has like other problems with it, where it's like spreadsheets on the internet and stuff like that. Hey Johnny, how's it going? But I don't think it's going to be Warcraft popular. Like, we're not talking about a game that's going to have rival large MMO popularity. Like, that's not going to happen. If it does that. If it does have like rival Warcraft popularity, it's not going to be the game that you and I want it to be. I think that's a fair thing to say, maybe. I loved Eve. Yeah, like the problem with Eve is, well, I'll give you what I think the problem with Eve is right now, is that is money. The problem with Eve is money. Like they sold the company to Pearl Abyss or whatever, and you can buy skill points, and it's fucked. That's like a main problem. Well, as RMT as well, yeah, but like, again, we're talking about like, well, a sandbox game, right? Warcraft is like, again, when I'm talking about like, well, there's like the sandbox MMO guys, and there's like the theme park MMO guys that came from EverQuest. It's like, you know, we're ignoring this part, and we're just talking about like this MMO theme park idea from EverQuest. It's going towards like the arcade game zone, right? Like Crassus and you're talking earlier, like they're playing WoW, and one of the guys said to me the other day when I was talking to him, yeah, what Brian said, Crassus, is like, the game is almost arcade. That's what he said. Just remove the MMO part is pointless. Yeah, like the people who want to play WoW for like what it is, right? They actually probably maybe just want it to be like League of Legends, right? Where you log in and there's an interface. You can equip your character, and then you say, I want to do Mythic plus Dungeon, enter queue. You don't need like a world to walk around in. You just want to enter Dungeon like you enter a League of Legends game, right? And everything else is like character customization. You want to pay for a character boost or whatever. Like Crassus doesn't walk around the world and mine ore and do quests, man. He just logs in when it's time to kill the monsters. And everything else, he swipes his credit card. You know, RMT doesn't matter at this point, right? Like, who gives a fuck? No one is hanging around at Orgrimmar unless they're RP. Well, yeah, no. People hang around Orgrimmar because they're waiting to enter a dungeon. I'm sure there's a subset of people who do all the other weird things in the game. But like, for example, when I was at work and on my lunch break, I was looking at the Warcraft category on Twitch TV, and I wanted to, my goal was to find a guy that was like doing professions. I just wanted to see what was going on. And it's all dungeons and raids and Mythic Plus all the way down, except for like you get one or two guys playing Classic, right? No one is like experiencing the world and walking around and doing things or crafting items like on Twitch, like nobody. It's like crazy, actually. Like I would type in crafting and there would be like nothing, and I would type in like gold making, and there was like one guy who was like running around gathering thorium ore in Silithus, and I'm like, is this retail? And it's like, yeah, it's retail. I don't know what's going on here. This guy's playing the game like it's, you know, classic WoW. And then there was another guy who was like doing something like some really theme parky thing, like he was driving a dragon through hoops or something. And I was like, okay, you know, like everyone playing the game is actually just doing dungeons and waiting around to enter the dungeon. They just, no one's doing like sandbox things. Like no one's walking around the game world and stuff like that, which is like, you know, that's sad. That's sad, truthfully. Yeah, like, I mean, all they would have to do, okay, next expansion, but actually, well, there's 3 expansions set up, right? There's Midnight, and then there's whatever the fucking one after that is. Okay, after those 3, second Cataclysm. Nuke the game world. And now when you log in, okay, it's just like the Fortnite lobby while you're waiting to go in the bus to get dropped. You just like see a bunch of other people standing around this like ambient space while you wait to enter the dungeon. Holy fuck. Anyway, all this to say that like maybe that's what housing is. You just stand around in your house. That's coming soon. You'll stand around in your MMO house waiting to enter the dungeon. They already did housing? No, they're doing second housing. I know they did first housing in WAD, but they're doing second housing. Second housing. What a mess, yeah. But yeah, all that to say that I haven't played retail in 5 years. And like, I got that guy on my shoulder going, hey, you wanna log in and do some professions? Fish. Do some fishing. No. Well, maybe. Because you know, it's got so much money in it, you know. There's so much money in that game. They can make so much new stuff, you know. Like I was playing Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, and that game was like, oh, that's actually the problem. I actually loved Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. I was so addicted to Pantheon Rise of the Fallen that I had to quit. It was actually a problem. Like there was a weekend day, I got on Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, and like I was like, I'll play for like 4 hours, and I was in this party, and then I was like, you know, I gotta level up soon. I'm gonna keep going. And then by the time that like and then it's like, wow, I leveled up, and that guy's about to level up. That guy's about to. Pantheon was built as a revolution. No, Pantheon was built as what EverQuest 1 was supposed to be. Right? Like, Pantheon was made by, like, McQuaid before he died, right? Like, he worked on Pantheon. So it was supposed to be like, you know, EverQuest 1 went in this weird direction, kind of like Warcraft, where it's like all theme park and weird now. So Pantheon is like it would be like if there was like a new game that played like classic WoW. That's what Pantheon was like. It was like a new game that played like EverQuest 1 original. That's Pantheon. And it does do it. It does act. It's actually really good. But it's got the EverQuest problem where you're like, you know, we're talking about like not getting to play solo. That's Pantheon, okay? It's a very niche game that you really can't play solo. You can, but you really can't. You log in, you wait for 45 minutes, try to find a dungeon party. You're in a dungeon party and you're like, well, I don't want to leave the party. I'm in a party. I'm getting good XP. And then you level up after like 10 hours and you're like, oh, that's so sweet. I leveled up. But then you're in this party with other people who are trying to level up. And you're like, well, that guy's about to level up. It's not fair. I leveled up. Let's make sure our buddy here that I've spent 10 hours with gets to level up. And then, okay, you stink. You were just in the litter box, guaranteed. Oh yeah, you got litter all over my... Great. Mosley. Nasty. And then like by the time like your fourth party member has leveled up, you're about to level up again. And everyone else is no lifing poop socking it. And then you're like, well, I meant to be on here for 4 hours and go play one party and then leave. And then you've been on there for like 10 hours and like your wife is upset because you're like, what the fuck are you doing on the computer for 10 hours? Not that like I can't do that, but like, you know, it's kind of rude, inconsiderate. So I had to quit. I had to quit that game. It was bad. It was bad for me. Like, it was actually so good it was bad for me. Because I'm the exact target market for like an EverQuest 1 kind of game. I wanna poop suck in the dungeon and have it feel like an adventure. That's the greatest thing about EverQuest 1 is like you log in and yeah, you gotta join a party, but like you're like everything feels like an adventure. You're getting out these like maps that somebody drew by hand on the internet and you're like, where the fuck am I? And then you're like 3 dungeons deep with like these random guys you don't know, but then you kind of like learn about them and know them after 5 hours in the dungeon with them. And you can't just leave because you'll get murdered by trying to go up 3 more dungeons. And you know, you don't really get much, but every once in a while you get a cool item. It feels like you're playing like digital D&D without the role playing, which I'm down for. It feels like an adventure every time. That's what's addictive about it. But then you look up and you're like, oh my god, I have responsibilities. This is an issue. Yeah, I've been playing Enchanters, which have like that solo ability thing, but I never soloed with them. It was the nice part about Enchanters is because they just did an interesting thing. Like you got to be the CC, and people wanted you around because you gave them mana, so they didn't have to sit around as much. Oh no, I fucked up. UFC Meme Lord, how's it going? Meme Land. I opened Reddit threads for information. Uh-oh. Your algorithm is torched. So what you're saying is there's a Reddit full of like non-stick pan enthusiasts that you can Zop 1206, how's it going? How do I feel about this? I gotta put a score on this. I've been recording for like an hour. I'll have to kill this video. Got a video of a guy cleaning his carbon steel pan with chainmail. Wait for a hexclad to find you. That's the worst. At Costco, there was a hexclad guy, like barking, like he was trying to sell that hexclad stuff, and he was right on the other side of where the food samples were, so he knew what to do. You go get some free popcorn, and then you turn around and the guy's trying to sell you a fucking pan. Buy a pan specifically for eggs. You tell me you aren't using Edge or Chrome. I used Edge and Chrome and Firefox, but I mostly use Brave. I use Brave for most things. But I did a little hack, okay? Okay, I did a little hack. I'll show you my hack, okay? I'm trying to decide if this is going to reveal any weird information. I don't think so. Other than what time it is where I am. Why is this not working? Hold on. Maybe I can't easily do this. I hate Windows 11. Like, honestly, like, fuck Windows 11. Oh, this will get me to do what I want it to do. Okay, so here's my taskbar. Okay. Right. Yeah, my social security has got a whole kinds of ones in it. You see this? This is what this gets used for. I know the chat's kind of in the way, but... And when I click on it, it just opens. So I kind of use Google Chrome. That's it right there. But I changed the icon to Board Game Arena, and when I click on it, it automatically opens Board Game Arena. So this is basically just all this thing is for. But I kind of use them all depending on like what I'm trying to do. Anyway, so this monster here, man, pretty damn good. Out of 15, my personal subjective opinion of this punch monster chaotic, I've almost drank the whole thing. It's delicious. Absolutely the best energy drink on the market. By far. It's not even close. Not even close, baby! I think it's a clear 10 out of 15. I think the score of this is actually stupid good. 43, 53, 61, 68, 78. Yeah, that's definitely the best score I've ever given. 70 out of 100. It's great. It's not quite excellent, but it's great. I still got room for improvement, if it exists. And of course the recording is completely scuffed. It has like an hour of me talking about MMOs in it. I'll have to edit it. I'll have to edit it. Because that's way too long. I just will try to do stuff in one take because I don't have any time. We're down to the last boxes. Do you think the last box will be Brass Lancashire? That's what we're hoping for. They released another update on Brass Pittsburgh too. I'm gonna have to like post an update about oil. There it is. Oh, okay. There's new COVIDs. This man says there's new COVIDs that cause you to have symptoms similar to every other cold. You know what they call COVID these days? A cold. Yeah, look at that. Oil. So the way it is by default, you don't actually own the oil, which is weird. It's like you pay to prospect the oil. And then you get an income boost if you prospect the oil. And it tells you how much oil's in it. But you can build pipelines, just like you can build rails, you can build pipelines. So the first person to build a pipeline to the oil flips the oil token. And you get an income boost. But there's something like about kerosene. Yeah, the kerosene track. So kerosene starts at level 2, so like even if you build kerosene level, like a first level kerosene, like a first kerosene tile, and the canal era, or like the first era, it still stays on the board. But you really need to flip it, like, because it reduces your income when you place it. So like you lose income just by placing it. So you have to place the kerosene, then you get access to the pipeline so that you can get the oil to flip it. And then you get all the way up to this thing here. And I think this goes right on top of the oil well, this thing. I mean, here's some good shots here. So this is kerosene. What's this? What's this tile? What's this? What's this? Industry or whatever. What even is that? It looks like an office building, dude. What is that? That's the other thing we didn't talk about is coke. So it seems like when you build iron, it comes with a coke on it for making steel. What's this shit? This is coke, and what's that? Is this steel? The red one? Is red steel? No, there's no way, right? What's... where's the other... Yeah, it's steel. Okay. So red is steel. That's a weird color. It's like they used... It's like they used gray for coke, so they couldn't use gray for steel, so they used red? Interesting choice. Unless gray is steel and red is coke. And in order to flip the iron, maybe that's what it is. In order to flip the iron, you need coke, and it makes steel. Hey, Cap, how's it going? Oh, there's cars. There's cars. You can make cars. Look at that. Okay, yeah, so yeah, you gotta build the kerosene, and then you gotta develop the oil, and then there's oil on the well, and then you use the oil to flip the kerosene, but you have to be connected to a selling market. Yeah, it's the same as Birmingham. Manufactured goods, tiles also require oil to flip. Okay, so you get 2 points every time the oil passes through your pipeline. So if somebody else uses your pipeline to consume oil, then they get 2 points. Kind of like, it's almost kind of like beer in a way. Like you can drink someone else's beer, but it flips their brewery. So it's like you can use someone else's pipeline, but they score. Then each track in Brass Pittsburgh has one or more crown jewel industry tiles. The crown jewel of the kerosene track is Oil City. If you manage to get the kerosene track to Oil City, you also have unlocked a 5 VP pipeline, which is the best one in the game. To being built in a city, the Oil City is built on top of oil itself, yeah. Oil City costs 4 income levels to build, but upon building it, you get 3 barrels of oil, and then once the 3 barrels of oil are consumed, then you get to flip it, and you get 40 bucks cash and 10 points. That's a lot of money, too. You must need, maybe, I guess I wonder, you must need steel. You must need steel to produce cars. I think the only thing that's not clear is like how coke works. Because originally I thought like these iron mines were producing coke, but that doesn't make sense. That actually doesn't even make sense. So what it is in order to flip iron in Pittsburgh, you must need coke. So you got to consume Coca-Cola. And that's why it's red, because it's not a coal and petroleum product. It represents Coca-Cola. And you know that people who make steel just drink lots of Coca-Cola. So you need some Coca-Cola to flip the iron mines in Pittsburgh, and they produce 1 steel. Or some amount of steel. I don't know what this is, though. This is these, it's funny, these, like, updates, they have little spoilers in them that they don't talk about. They'll show a picture that has a new thing in it, but they don't talk about it. And the ones in here are, like cars. So clearly you can make cars as an industry. You can manufacture cars. But there's also whatever the fuck this thing is. It looks like an office building or some shit. Like, what's that? Like, what even is that? Is it a bank? I don't know what this thing is. That's the little hint that's in here, is this thing. Just like in the last one, they had a picture of kerosene, but I didn't know that's what it was. You see here, it looks like there's like a thing here, but you can't really read it. When you like zoom in, it just looks like blah 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 blah. It doesn't clearly say kerosene. So you're like, well, what the fuck is that? From like a long distance, it looks like a battery or something like that. You're like, batteries? What? But it's a kerosene. This was like the little hint here. There's kerosene and oil. and pipelines. But then they didn't talk about them at all. They just talked about trains. Oh, big Kickstarter crash is Elden Ring. I know you're in for Elden Ring. Elden Ring, the board game. Fuck. Probably gonna be like $800. I mean, for one game, not Talisman, man. You just stop it. Oh, you mean... I think you're conflicted about the one game. That's the problem. If 20 people all have brain, that's a lot to ask. If they only had a brain. More. I need more. More. Brains is a lot. You see, it worked pretty good back in the day because you only needed 20 brains, but you had 40 people. It just wasn't that interesting of a game. Error. Stop that. There's no error. If I only had a brain. I'm about to just run away with this game, dude. Stay away from my 7-track. Mine. Oh. 10 and 12. Ooh, that's rough. 12 and 9. That's big. 10 and 2. 10 and 2. Oh, I have an unused token? I guess I should keep going. 10 and 5. Don't stop believing. Anything to drink today? Yeah, we'll open something if at 2 o'clock. That's usually what we... That's the time that we planned to do that. Is to, because before I was opening stuff at noon, so I should be opening stuff at 2, which for you is, I think, 1. If you're Eastern, I think it's 1 p.m. Nine or 10? 10. Central, so that would be noon if you're Central. We're just gonna keep inching. We got lots of pegs on the board. We gotta hold our gains. Make him roll good. Make him get lucky. What? Oh my god, he scored the 2. That is so rude. That's so rude. Technically, I have a departmental meeting, but it's on Zoom. Departmental. Come on, we're so close. Like, he surely can't get 2 points in 1 turn, right? So we're trying to, like, just make it as likely as possible. Play the numbers. You know? Grandma's playing the numbers. Of course, I wouldn't roll any of the numbers that I need. I guess 8 and 9 is like as close as it gets. Son of a bitch. You know? Son of a bitch. Ooh. Shot through the heart. You're too late. Nice. Go again. It's one of those meetings that they just tell us we can't get a raise, but no, we are valued and our work is appreciated. Here's some pizza. Yep. I feel that, actually. I feel that. He's going. He's going big. He's rolling and rolling. He's going and rolling. He really needs to stop. He's out of control. He took some good control of the fucking center, though. We don't like that. We don't like when they do that. We gotta fight for our right to be on this track. He's got 7, but I got 6 and 9. I mean, he can try to go for 9 up, I suppose, but he might not roll it. Are you for real? This guy's so lucky. He's so lucky, dude. What the beep? It's so lucky. God damn it. I'm losing. There's no way I could be losing in this luck-based dice rolling game. There's no way. It's not entirely random. It's got lots of skill. You know? Takes a lot of skill to know when to put the dice down. That's the skill part. God damn it. Don't roll a 7, please, dear God. I know it's likely, but... Christ in a shoe. I need that 7. Fuck. What will they do? They took 8. Interesting. Interesting choice here. Interesting development. 12 and 5. I want to snag 7 and ruin his progress. Oh no, but I have 12. I gotta stop. I gotta put him in the thumb screws. He's gotta take 7 to the top, or I'm gonna rock and roll. Oh no. There's a chance. There's still a chance. Fuck. That's really shit. I guess I should have pushed my luck, you know. I should have went for it. There's a long way to the top. If you're gonna rock and roll. Damn it. That was it. I'm dead now. I guess I should have tried to roll that 7 when I had the 12. I don't know. Did he get lucky? Did I do the wrong thing? It's hard to know. Sometimes it's just hard to know. I'm not sure what's going on in this game, to be honest. Okay. I bought a new pan. Congratulations on your purchase. I hope you cook many eggs in it. Yeah, we need to make up for our can't stop loss by flipping 7. Flipping 7 in the arena. I want to play Terraforming Mars, but it's going to take like 2 hours. Can't do that. Spend my time talking about MMORPGs instead. Which I'm okay with. Wait, uh-oh. Pause. You can't use metal utensil. It would seem you need new utensil. Who's flipping 3? Is it me? Womp womp. See you later. Hit me. Fuck. How is that possible? That guy hit 2 11s and I hit an 11. Ha! He hit a 9. Does this guy stay on 21 because it's gravy? Oh, I kind of wish he would have hit and died. Then we all would have been on even Steven. What do I get? A 10. There's so... All the 11s are gone, dude. 11s are free. Hit me. 8. Oh my god. Who's winning blue? Blue's lottery dog in it. Hit me. Ooh. You. You gonna hit blue? Ooh, got 0. Hit me. Ooh, second chance. Going for a second chance. Hit me. I got a second chance. Hit me again. Ooh. Unlucky. Yes, I'll score 27. Ooh. Second chance again. You dirty dog. Seven. And 10. So many 11s, it's so free. Okay, stays on 26. Flip 3. Give it to me. Actually, give it to blue. Blue will die. Yeah, thing's dead. Easy. Hit me. Nice. 10 points. That guy's lucky. I'm going for broke. Jeez, that guy's got some balls over there. Ooh, unlucky. 38 is pretty good. I'm on first now. Nice. 12. No 12. Definitely. Oh, this guy got the time. He's so lucky, dude. 11's free. Am I going to get stunned? You know, it's not the worst getting stunned on 23. Can't kill myself now. This guy is so lucky, dude. He's so lucky. Fucking red is so lucky. I'm learned. You learned today. Oh my god, red is so lucky, dude. He's so lucky. Never going shopping. What is happening in red's world, dude? Yeah, Jeffrey Bezos deliver you items. You don't need to go to Walmart. You don't want to go there anyway. Ooh, he pushed his luck and got murdered. Red is zooming though. Not sure what we can do to be red. He's out of control. Hit me. Went to Walmart yesterday because no soy sauce. I was going to look at pan, but by time I get sauce, time to leave. What? Did you go there at closing time? Don't freeze me, man. When you enter Walmart, timers start. Sort of true, actually. Sort of true. Do I hit on 24? I think I hit. Oh. Give it to blue. Give it to blue. Boom. Gotcha. Oh, double kill. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. That's why I try not to go there either. Like, our strategy is to go on Sunday when at ass butt in the morning. That's our strategy. Because it's a mix of so early, no one's around, and lots of people are at the old church ground. So we hit Costco right when it opens, and then we go to Walmart, and we go home. Because actually, like, we drove by Costco, what, on last Sunday at like, I don't know, like 2 o'clock or some shit. It was a fucking hornet's nest, dude. Like, that place is crazy. Hit me. What in the world? How is that possible? Red is so lucky. Boom. Get owned. Still pretty lucky, though. Avoid Walmart at all costs. Yeah, it's just price, man. Expensive. Walmart is not expensive. Hit. Boom. Can red die? Red needs to die. Not green. Red. Fuck. Yeah, red. Red needs to die. Murder him. Kill him. End his life. Nice. Dead. I think Jeff sells everything Walmart does. Jeff doesn't sell the fresh food and the frozen food. That's the issue. Whew, that was pretty good. Anything for your pantry, though, he sells that. Oh my god, this guy's about to flip 7. Oh! I mean, he still got a pretty good score. He almost flipped 7, though. That would have been insane. 7 of cards. Yeah, when you flip 7 on flip 7, it's really good. I go to Aldi. I don't know what even that is, but it sounds like a rich person store. The nice part about Superstore is that they have, like, everything on the shelf is always full, and it's really nice in there, and there's nobody in there. But it costs the most. It's a cheaper version of Trader Joe's. Yeah, we don't have Trader Joe's here, I think. Hit me. Boom. That's a shitty fucking draw. I kind of want to stay, though, because I'm pretty close to, like, endgame scoring. I don't want to, like, randomly die. I wouldn't have died. I would have got 11 points. That's sad. Is that also expensive, Walmart? Yeah. Yeah, two more things that are expensive Walmart. Walmart's quality is ass. I mean, maybe. But like if you're gonna buy like bread that comes in a bag, it like doesn't matter where it comes from. You're gonna buy like crackers in a box or like Lay's chips. Like it just doesn't make any difference. Hit me, hit me, hit me. Oh, that's big. I'm at 99. Do I hold on 99? What do we do? Oh no, what do I do? I have the 3 highest cards in the deck. There's no way I'm supposed to hit, right? I'm gonna make these guys have to go for it. Okay, they gotta go for it. Go for it. Oh, that guy's got 190 and a second chance. Maybe it was a mistake, dude. I would have got 5 points. He's dead. Okay. How about you? Can you die? Draw 12. Oh, you're gonna freeze that other guy? That's gonna make it weird. Are you gonna go for 200? No, you're gonna stay on 184. Okay, so this is a weird one. This is kind of a weird one. I need 1 point to end the game, but blue and red are really close to me. Kill him, kill him, kill him! Oh no. He's a 207. Die, die, die. Oh, oh, kill him, kill red. Kill him. Wait, you're gonna flip on yourself? Risky. Risky choice. Yep, you're dead. Yeah, that's what they call it. I'm not sure why you would do that, but... Please die. I'm winning right now. Die. Die, die, die. Die. Oh, fuck. Hit me. Oh, we're tied. What's this? What's the tiebreaker? Is there a tiebreaker? Play an additional round? No, hit me. 0. You fucking troll. Yeah, there we go. I win. I'm a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Bing, 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 bing. Silver League. My Flip 7 rating is out of this world. What kind of ratings do people have on this game? This isn't a real game, right? 300s? I'm destined to lose the next time I play. I still don't have enough ELO for a ranking, though. What do we do now? Think we can play some dirt more? I think some people are going to be in for dirt. Dirt more. dirt more. Oh, God. Oh. Like I think I had like 300 ELO in this game, and I just shat it all out playing turn-based because I suck at it. Or at least it was like 200 something. It's one of the things I'm learning is like when you have too many turn-based games, you like get really like discombobulated with what you're trying to do in each one. Where's my statistics? Oh, I was like at 190 or something. I had like 40 turn-based games, and I'm trying to like get them all down to like. So I got a wingspan that like is moving so slow. I don't even remember what's happening in this game. And I have like this Terraforming Mars, which is almost finished, which I think I'm winning, but I'm not really sure. And I have these tournament games where one guy's got like negative 2.5 days time or something like that. So who knows what's happening. The Splendor, where like I'm slightly behind this guy, McGizzy. But once I get rid of all those, then I'll start thinking about which ones I really want to actually play. Too many, like 40 games is too many. My logic was like, if I have like 2 of each game, I'll remember what's happening in like 2 games. But the problem wasn't actually the fact that I couldn't remember necessarily. It's just like you would have 40 turns to play. You'd wake up and have 40 turns to play. And you'd be trying to get through them to make sure that you don't time out. And like you would just forget, like you'd be like, this seems about right. And then I wouldn't remember that, oh yeah, I forgot about this particular thing is going on in this game and I can't do that. I miss Battlefield 6. Soon. Isn't it soon? Can't remember what date you told me. I thought it was like... Wait, didn't you say it's like October 10th or something silly like that? Ooh. That's actually still far away. $11th, that was close. We'll have to join Ben in RuneScape. What is he doing? I can't tell right now. Earlier I seen he was in a Slayer dungeon on RuneScape. And then I realized that he's also working. Ben's playing RuneScape on the clock over there. That's our Canadian government hard at work playing RuneScape. I know you're in here, Ben. You can hear me. Never. It's not that bad of an MMO. That's the truth of it. No one wants to play Dirt more? Ugh. Maybe we'll play some Space Base. Going up. When I get to 100, I'll play some ranked Space Base. I think it's somewhat funny to play these like board games that have like a ELO ranking system when they're like fucking completely randy. Like this game is like playing like a slot machine, or it's like playing it's really like a slot machine, but it's kind of like playing roulette or something like that. It's like you pick what numbers you want, and then you get paid out if they get rolled. Like craps, I guess. Let's see. What do we go in on? I got chips for 7 and 8. Should we go in on 7 and 8? Try that strat again? That horrible strat. I got paid big for 8. Nine. Fuck. Six. What is happening? Six again. I'm so unlucky. So unlucky. Wow. I have $3. What do I do? Do I put something on 6? Okay. 7. Eight. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, 7. All right, we're in. We're in this time. Am I on that big money ship down there? 8 again. Let's go 3 and 5. 13. Let's buy this. Now if they roll 8, I get 8. Nice. Or if they roll 7, I can push it into 8. Push 8. Eight. We're popping off. Bing, 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 bing. I have to buy a spaceship. Got too much money. We got $20. Yeah, just buy a spaceship, dude. Spaceship, spaceship. Oh, snoozing. This game's just not very mentally stimulating. That's the problem with games like this. They're not like mentally stimulating. Your brain's not working. You're just waiting for guys to roll dice and then seeing what happens. Holy. Oh, what's happening? Why is it taking so long? Sleepy. Let's go. Mick Schultz. Get him. Get after it. Like, this guy takes so long. Really shouldn't be that hard of a decision, I don't think. $22. Maybe 24. Holy. Cash do I have? 24. We did it. We're in. This was not the right game to play. There's not enough brain power involved. My brain's shutting down. Waiting for these guys to, like, buy a card. I'm like, ah, oh, no. Bleh. Oh, 8, please. Seven. I got 26. I guess it's this. Come on, man. Yeah. Me too. Hmm. Oh. Bye-bye. Shouldn't these turns be pretty snappy? Let's go. Oh, hey. Game is moving way too slow. Let me buy a fucking spaceship. Fuck it. Now we're up to 30. I win. If I get to 30 bucks, I'm gonna be a winner. Fast and the Furious. There we go. Too good to be true. Blasting. Unlike the attention span of this game. Hmm. There we go. We did it. Hard. That was something. That was really something. Let's not do that again. I'll be right back. Okay. One more quick one and we'll do some whiskey. Mini Rogue, what is this? Is this a solo game? I guess it can be. Oof. I was doing pretty well, and then I hit a complete wall as soon as I started playing that fucking space-based game. Ooh, a 2. I only took 2 threes. Oh, he gotta catch me on 9s? No. I'll try to destroy his progress a little bit. Seven and 8. 6 and 6. It's a long way to the top. I think we're going to go all the way to the top. Six, seven, 8 is the goated triple. 90% chance. To roll it. Boom. Look at that. Make him work for it. Make him work for it. Is he gonna get an 8? Nope, no 8. Ooh, stole my 6. It's okay. Boom. Hmm. 4 and 4. What else we got? 2 and 8. Ooh, we got nothing. I guess I'll go second. Inventions, evolution of ideas on sale. Ooh. What's the shipping? What's shipping? Oh, but it's just not on sale in international. Oh, no more copies available. Okay. Is there anything available? No. Oh, okay. 12 and 7. 3 and 7. 12. Can we do 7 and 8? 7 and 8? 11 and 8? 8 and 8? 7 and 7? 7? 11? 7 and 7? One more. 7. Ooh, I hate these rolls. I have control over 7, so I don't need to really fight about it right now. Okay. It's kind of weird. This game's kind of weird. 10, 5. I'm not paying attention to what this guy's doing. I still control 7. Okay, here we go. We'll make him do something right now. I'm not sure what's happening. It's gonna take this guy forever to like do something. This guy just quit. What happened? Nice. Oh, there he goes. I'd rather like win the game than kick him for being at a time. If that makes any sense. For like a lot of reasons. Watch. I kind of have a weird thing I could do where like I could kick him. I could try to kick him right when he's about to win. That would be a meme. Or he could just roll like a god. I guess that could happen. Then I could roll blanks. I'm really not supposed to lose this game. But I guess you can always get unlucky. Guess I should have kicked him. Oh well. Now I'm kind of committed to seeing it through. Oh, we got there. Okay. I was worried I was going to lose. All right. Let's wake up a little bit. See what we got here. What do we have here? Okay. Fresh. Fresh off the line. Okay, we still have Loch Lomond. Loch Lomond 12. The official spirit of the open. 46% alcohol. Ex-bourbon. Funky. Loch Lomond. We still have the Bira South Pacific Rum. 55% alcohol. 12-year-old. Bira 12. So Pacific. Okay, that's the other one. We also got. We still have the Long Row, heavily peated Campbelltown single malt Scotch whiskey from the Springbank Distillery at 46% alcohol. Long Row. Okay, have that still. I thought there was more over here. I guess not. So we have this that I picked up. We have the Cole Ela 12-year Islay single malt Scotch whiskey, 43% alcohol. One of the only Cole Ela IB or OBs, I suppose. Thanks for the hearts, whoever's doing that. And we have, last but not least, your favorite and mine. Fucking Macallan 12 double cask. Boom. Start poll. There it is. Your choice. Yeah, it is. Fresh Track Thursday? Yeah, like, it got to the time on yesterday, and I was like, all right, who's here? And then nobody said anything. So I was like, well, guess I'll delay it one day. There's an opportunity cost, an opening thing. So I was like, well, nobody's here. let's just not and do it tomorrow. Oh. No, a cardinal. Oh my god. Cardinals are gemstones, friends. Gemstones. Not like that. Ruby Cardinal. Cardinal Ruby. You want me to write Ruby? Make you happier if I write Cardinal Ruby? Okay. I mean, I can change that word to anything. It's not like, you know, I can change it right now to Ben's palm sweat, and it'll work. It'll work just the same. I have to change it to that now. It's Toonies right now? Yeah. Yeah. What was I looking at over here? Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Well, I don't have any notes for this because I just fucking bought it, or just came in, but it's not too hard. It's not too hard to figure this out. I have to write notes and take pictures for all these. I haven't done that yet. I was gonna do that this weekend. But here we are. Here we are, yes, Macallan. Yes. Yes, the Macallan 12-year-old double cask from the Macallan distillery. Yes. This is owned by Edrington. If you didn't know the name of the owner, Edrington. This is Highland single malt Scotch whiskey of the finest type. It is 40% ABV or 80 proof. Of course, you wouldn't want to burn yourself with any of that nasty alcohol. It is chill filtered and has color added. Because, of course, only the finest. And it is a mix of sherry seasoned American and European oak. Yes. This thing on the top, man, it feels like you're not supposed to. Feels like you're not supposed to break this. Oh, it's just a little seal. This is just that's it. That's it, eh? Wow, it's they really expect collectors to buy this shit, eh? I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but okay, so this is the seal right here. This is actually not. I thought this was like a rip-off fucking like foil, right? But it's not. This is all supposed to stay like this. This is the seal. It's got a QR code, says Macallan with the serial number right here for the bottle. I'm assuming that's the serial number. And it has a hologrammed picture of the estate, almost like, you know, nowadays when you get like trading cards to make sure they're like one of the like counterfeit measures is the hologram. I don't know how well you can see this, but that seal is hologrammed. You see that little building? It looks 3D when you look at it. So it's like they're expecting collectors to buy this shit. And the seal is hologrammed with the serial number and a QR code. You're not supposed to drink these, I don't think. Am I an idiot? Are you supposed to drink, Macallan? Am I supposed to put this in a box and forget about it for 15 years? Try to sell it? Is that what you're supposed to do? Oh, this says natural color on it. Hey, I was so sure this was color added. This says natural color though. There's no way it's not chill filtered, but I was sure this is color added. So that's natural for 12 years, seasoned American and European sherry oak, I guess. $18.24. Not on this channel, no. Hi. You look really excited.
On October 17th, they're showing Nosferatu with a live symphony. Can I buy tickets?
How much are the tickets?
They were
Oh, that's not. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. She comes in here with this banana grin on her face, and I'm worried that she wants to spend $500 on something. Well, I've just completely defaced this very nice looking sticker. So, I guess that's not happening, you know. That's up to you. I don't mind either way. Yeah, if that's what you want. There goes the value, yep. This is how you know for sure you're not supposed to open this. Look at that fucking shit. It left all that sticker residue on here as if to say to you, you idiot. You've ruined this beverage. You've ruined the bottle, mongoloid. Look at all that. Gross. Can't even get that off there. You idiot. You're not supposed to open these. That's what the sticker was for. So you knew not to open it. Alright, you know, we're making fun of Macallan, but... What is the whiskey any good?
a
Yeah.
live symphony. It'd be so cool. Maybe we could go to Lunar Road.
Good. So it is a real cork, but I was very confused. Look at this. Okay, I have to show you guys this stuff because I've opened so many bottles of whiskey on this channel already, and everything so far regarding opening this has been weird. Look at this, like, I don't know if you can see this. Okay, prehistoric gush, Mike. Get out of here. Look at this. You see, I don't know if you can see this black, like, ring around the top. It's got, like, teeth. And it was embedded. The teeth were, like, embedded in this. Like, as if you were, it was as if it was like a weird kind of screw top. But it's not like screwing back in. The cork doesn't like screw back in. It's like they really didn't think you're supposed, like, are you sure you want to open this? We're going to hold the cork in with teeth to make sure it doesn't open by accident. That would be terrible. It's like, it doesn't look like a ring on like a Pepsi or a Coke bottle or something where it's like a ring around here or like it comes off. But it has little teeth. Maybe you can see it better now. Like this black ring around this is the glass, but it has little teeth that was stuck into the cork. And they don't seem to go back in. Like, that's why it's so expensive. There's like so many mechanisms in play to make sure you don't accidentally open this thing. It's not a bad aroma. Oh, it does kind of smell really good. I understand if it... Here's the problem, though. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is not going to taste like it smells. That's one of the things that everyone says about Macallan, is the nose is so good, and the palate sucks. Oh! I dropped some. Quick! Call Charlie McLean. I dropped some Macallan. So now, so you see, now it kind of looks stupid. Look, now it's got that black thing there. So this doesn't actually seal together and look good. Because it doesn't, but the teeth don't go back in. Unless there's like a special way you're supposed to fucking cork this. Is this what you're supposed to do when you... No. You're not supposed to open these. Now you know it's shamed. Oh, that Macallan. You see that black ring? That idiot opened that thing. Fucking idiot. Put on a watch list, yeah. Holy shit. Anyway, I guess this is natural color for a 12-year-old double cask Macallan. Entirely sherried. But it's a mix of 2 different oaks. I've been banned from the country club. I guess that's pretty dark for a 12-year-old natural. It's a very pretty nose, though. Big on the fudge. Citrus in there, too. Like, fudge and citrus. That's, like, the 2 big slappers. Like, not chocolate. Like, chocolate fudge. Some malts in there. It's like malty and fudgy and citrus. Like, you would kind of expect it to come across maybe dried fruit. But that note that, like, in other whiskeys you detect as, like, raisin or date kind of hits like chocolate fudge in this one. What did that say right on the cover? It said something. Fudge, citrus, and soft spice. I mean, that's fair. Like, it's pretty nice on the nose, but it's not complex. It's like, again, there's like a malty component, a fudgy component, a citrus component. They like have primed me with spice, but I probably would have arrived at spice eventually on my own, but it doesn't scream at me. But it's that's about it, right? Like, it's not no like crazy random nuances or anything. Let's piss this thing off a little bit and then let it settle. There's something else about it. Like, it feels like it's part of the malt note, but there's something else about it. Something floral, something like slightly perfumey. Like, I'm kind of getting past some of that fudge now. And there's something like a little bit orchard fruit, a little bit like perfume. It's like, how would you put it? There's like a McDonald's apple pie in this or something like that. And like something that is a bit like a floral perfume note, like fucking not like super purple, like not like lavender, but I don't know if honeysuckle's the right word. I don't hate that one. There's definitely something that's floral about it. So it's developing a little bit, even as we're talking here. So let's give it a try here. Okay, Macallan, 12-year-old, double cask. Bottle you're not supposed to open. Slachua. Yeah. Finish is not the worst. But like palate drinks like you'd imagine, a 40% alcohol whiskey to drink like. It's like we get a little bit of that dried fruit now, a little bit of that like sherry related spiciness. Very tame, very smooth, not very intense in flavor. Like not barren, but like I hate to say, but let's try to prove a point. And maybe it'll backfire, but we'll learn something either way, so it doesn't matter. Dang, my cabinet is this mild state of disarray. I don't know where the fucking bottle I'm looking for is. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Yes. Leave him alone. Okay, it was hiding. Mastercraft, welcome back. The palate of this is like, feels like it's about as strong as this one, frankly. Now the finish is a little nicer, not as tobacco, not as smoky, but I just want to see if I feel like this Johnny Black's palate is any worse. I'm gonna irritate that for a minute. But I'm mostly past the fudge and citrus, but it's still there. Again, that floral note. This kind of like has a like kind of nice kind of sherry related finish, right? You get a little bit of like those dark spicy notes, like maybe a little bit like dark chocolate on the finish. Like finish hits like spice. Like kind of almost like a coffee note. Dark chocolate. Like a dark sherried finish. But not like tobacco. Let's see what they write for. Oh, they actually have all notes all down here. So the aroma, they have fudge, candied orange, lemon, vanilla. Sure. Palette, milk, chocolate, raisins, toffee, orange peel. No. Finish is medium with sweet oak. That is so modest. Okay. Can you believe that? Look, this says the finish is medium with sweet oak. Every box I've ever read, no matter how cheap the whiskey was, it would say finish is long and everlasting, robust and flavorful. And you know, Macallan says medium with one note. Modest, Macallan. Modest. I don't hate that. They're not going to try to pretend like they got a long, robust finish. And the finish isn't even that bad. The problem is, like, the palate is, like, dead to me. The idea that the palate has milk chocolate raisins is laughable. What did we have recently that was really chocolate raisin? Oh, the Milton Duff. The Milton Duff Canasta Butt. That one was really chocolate raisin. Like, absolutely. That was a good whiskey. If you guys weren't here for this one, this Milton Duff 50% alcohol Canasta Butt. Oh, this is great. This is a dangerous whiskey. This 13-year 50% alcohol Canasta Butt. I want to drink some of this too. Let's just put this over here, okay? Because this bottle is fuller than the Laphroaig Kirches, so I feel less bad about drinking out of it. That's the problem with Laphroaig Kirches Cask Favorites 2024. I feel guilty pouring liquid out of that. This one's almost full. I don't have to feel guilty about this one at all. So I'm going to drink some of this Johnny Walker 12, and it's not the same kind of whiskey. So I can't like head to head it and blind it, but I just want to get an impression for how intense the palate is. Our big spec was just chocolate. Yeah, the we gave this a lot of time to try to get it to give me a plum or something like that, and it never did. But the finish is pretty chocolatey, and then the palate is like toffee syrupy, but not in the same way as the Oogdal. The Oogdal is like way more, how do I say it? The Oogdal is like way more dark toffee. And this thing was like way more like table syrup. But this one has less alcohol, so it's maybe a little bit less intense. But this one was way more chocolate on the finish, where the Oogdal was not. We could do a little bit of a side-by-side with this and Oogdal another day, probably. We've already... I don't want to get hammered. The thing popping out of this Johnny Walker is actually like the smoke, which makes a lot of sense. Really taste the peat in that. Little fucker. After the Macallan, really taste the peat in this. But my point is this. Okay. My point is this. This is kind of some run-of-the-mill blended whiskey. Okay. I mean, it's Johnny Black, but it's not like... This is nothing special, really. This didn't want me to open it, and it was like more than twice the price of that. On BSW, you can get 1.75 liters of this. That's a bottle that is more than twice this size for less money than you can buy this bottle. Okay. But this has a very pretty nose, not a bad finish, but the flavor intensity of this is about the same. Like, these two have about the same flavor intensity. This one's got like a smoky thing and a peat going on, but the actual intensity of the flavor and maybe the breadth of the flavor is like really similar in my neck pour view. Maybe the notes are nicer here. The finish is a little bit better. But in terms of the palate, this is how disappointing I find this palate is. It's like maybe about the same as the palate on this thing in terms of intensity and complexity. And that's like down to what happens when you water things to 40% alcohol. You know? Now, maybe the idea is they're trying to like tease you. They, you know, you get the Macallan 12 and they tease you a little bit, like, hey, look how good this could be if it was older. Do you want to spend twice as much money and get a 15? And undoubtedly the 15 would be more flavorful than this. But the 15, I think, is probably like also still 40% alcohol. And sometimes I don't... Sometimes I get it, but I don't get it. Macallan 15 is 43% alcohol. Okay, so it's a little bit better. The thing that I get but I don't get is I feel like what they try to do a little bit is they try to release this 12 at 40%, and then so that when you go try the 15 at 43, it like is clearly better or whatever. But you know, there's other distilleries making whiskey that is older and higher proof and clearly has a stronger flavor for less money. So it's like the ruse here is like there's no other whiskey that exists. There's just Macallan, and you know, if you have a Macallan 12, it's thin and watery. And then if you get a Macallan 15, it's like clearly better than the 12. You can tell there's a definite upgrade because they've upgraded the ABV and they've upgraded the age statement. But the truth is, the 12 could be a better whiskey if it had a higher ABV. Like, it's kind of a weird thing. It's like, if something is younger, you need it to be higher proof, not lower proof. You know, you need to make up for the fact that it's been on the barrel less time. Like, you could have, like, imagine this idea just for a minute. You could have equally interesting whiskeys at 12, 15, and 18 years if your 12 year was the highest proof and your 18 year was the lowest proof. That way, like, you know, your 12 year is high proof, so it makes up for the fact that it's younger. But it has a different flavor because it's only 12 years. Like, why don't they do that? Ah, that's right. Money. Something. Money. LOL. cash dollars. And that's why I was so surprised and astonished. And for you guys that weren't here when I opened these, that I got to this Glen Grant 15 and assumed, right, you know, that it would be like 43% alcohol, 40% alcohol. And then came to find that the Glen Grant 15 is 50% alcohol. What a great thing to do. What a right thing to do to bump the proof up on a lowered age statement bottle. I'm excited for this, to be honest. But the biggest crime in diluting this to 40% is the palate. The palate's going to go to shit, and it does go to shit. You can kind of get away with it on the aroma because your nose is so good at detecting very limited number of particles that even though this is very diluted, it still smells pretty good. Not much complexity to it, but, you know, pretty nice amount of notes, really, for a 40% alcohol beverage. But as soon as you drink this, it's just, there's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. Like, you get the same, if not more, from a Johnny 12 on the palate. In my personal opinion. Hot take. But these palates probably score like the same. And this is like 3 or 4 times the price, realistically. The worst part is I do like what it's got going for it, though. Like, this combination of, like, citrus and fudge, like the way that the sherry is presenting very fudgy, is not something that's in every whiskey. You know, it nose is pretty. There's a good floral note to it. You know, it's just not, and the finish is nice. Like, I bet the Macallan 18 actually is really good, but it's $1,000, right? But it kind of feels like a little bit like Bamor, you know? It's like the Bamor 12. It noses fine, and the finish isn't that bad, but the palate's dead, and it's like the same thing here. The only difference is the Bamor 18 is like $120 on sale, and the Macallan is like $1,000. You know, we're kind of fucked, and skewed perception a little bit, you know. I like the whiskey. There's nothing wrong with it. It's overpriced. That's what that's the skinny about this. But I think we knew that, right? We already knew that coming in. That's why it's taken me so long to try Macallan. Is everyone says it's overpriced. It is overpriced. It's good whiskey, though. If this was like the same price as a Glenfiddich 12, I'd take this over a Glenfiddich 12 at the same price. Especially for a sherried whiskey. You know. But both this and a Glenfiddich 12 could take a back seat to this fucking boy here. This is what you want right here, this one. But anyway, we'll stop tooting that horn. I just want to drink some more of this Milton Duff 13, to be honest. Now that I've read chocolate raisin on something. I think it was on the back of this Macallan box.
Older than you would ever. He did. No.
And somewhat this is why we love IBs, right? Like, you get a product that's higher proof, higher age statement, maybe slightly similar in price, and they bottled it when they thought it was good, not for any kind of reason otherwise. Are you truly a whiskey enthusiast if you don't have a bottle of Macallan on the shelf? I would say yes, but you're probably not a whiskey enthusiast if you've never tried Macallan. So we satisfied that today. You gotta try it at some point. You gotta say roughly what I said about it, but you gotta try it at some point. And then you gotta switch to a dangerously delicious single cask bottling of Milton Duff, Pedro Menez, Oloroso Mix, the Canasta Butt, and then wonder why anyone would buy a Macallan. But the truth is, like, we're very quickly reaching that point where, you know, there's not that many cheap scotches left to talk about, you know. Because, you know, once you've talked about all the 12-year-old scotch, there's only 15-year-old scotch to talk about. Eventually, I'm going to buy a 15-year-old Macallan for $350. I'm not going to pay $350, but I'm going to buy eventually a 15-year-old Macallan. And we're going to try it. It'll be one of the last 15-year-old things I probably try, because I'm expecting about the same experience I got here. But things only go up. Or we could pretend it doesn't exist and just keep buying single cask independent bottles for the rest of our whiskey life. But then we'll never know. Oh, that's like weirdly malty after this Macallan. And salty. Oh, I can tell the proof. It's really agitated. Speaking of new experiences. Okay. So we did reach our goal. We opened the Ardbeg Spectacular. And it took some time, but eventually we reached the number. So, what does that mean? There's a new number. So the thing automatically set a new goal at 30. Maybe we'll just say it's 30. 30 subs. But we need a new goal. Okay, so of course I didn't want to do anything too niche, but I want something, you know, something to aspire to, something you guys want to see, something that's a little bit exciting. And I think this was like a little bit exciting, even though it was like really not that spectacular, really. It's a cool box. And obviously this is a limited edition product. So I kind of want to do the same kind of thing if we can do another milestone. I don't know if it's going to be 30, 100%. Maybe it'll be 30 or 40 or something. Maybe it's just 30, but the box was sick candy cane. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's kind of all shiny and stuff. I kind of like that. But I was looking at some bottles and I was like, well, I want something kind of like, I didn't want to do like a weird independent bottle or something like that. I wanted something that was like, you know, oh yeah, this is a thing. That I feel like you guys undoubtedly would want to see. So the next one I want to do, and I'll pick up a bottle of it hopefully this weekend. It's something really smoky. Now, I don't want to do this because, you know, we've already talked about opening this lower cask strength. This is the kind of thing that I would do, though, right? It's something limited edition. You know, I'm going to be pissed if you held off on the... I know, right? So that's why I didn't do that, because I know you guys... I know we talked about this, and I know that we might do this on Saturday, if you're around Saturday. So I'm not gonna hold this one behind a gate. It's gonna be something I've never talked about. That's new and interesting and exciting. I was looking at stuff and I was like, well, what can I do? And then it came to me. The perfect answer. The smokiest one. If I was to tell you it's the smokiest whiskey that exists. Right there. So there's Octo 14 ones available near me. They're a good price. I think we'll do that for the next like milestone. Smoke monster, the peat monster. No, well, Octomore is the real peat monster. So if you don't know what Octomore is, is there something called something monster? Yeah, there's a Compass Box product called Peat Monster, and there's also a Peat Monster cask strength. That one would be more of a monster, but even more of a peat monster than Peat Monster is a product called Octomore, which I don't know if you've never heard of it. It's a Bruichladdich product. So that's the same distillery as this, the Port Charlotte. They also do the Classic Laddie, which is like a big teal looking bottle, which is not peated, but they have some other stuff. They do like a local barley and then kind of some other things. But the Octomore is usually they release 3 versions of it every year. It is a 5-year-old whiskey that is turbo peated. So when we talk about like heavily peated whiskey, like Ardbeg, for example, or Laphroaig, or Port Charlotte, typically the ppm is like around 40 or 50 parts per million of the barley before it gets mashed and distilled. Let's go see what 14.1 is, because they release a different batch every year that has different ppms. Valid year. I'm a little lower than that. Bonnie Murphy, huh? So so the 14.1 is peated to 128.9. So this is like something like triple the ppm of Ardbeg or a Lafroig or what's that? Not right now, no. Unless you want me to pour one. I got one in my hand. Well, I'm talking about Octomore, the most peated whiskey that's ever existed. Well, that's what I'm saying, is I'm gonna get one. You can try it. Do you want me to pour you some Port Charlotte? Okay. Ever seen one in the wild? Yeah, they just have this on the shelf around here, and they've had it for a while, and I'm not worried it's gonna sell. It's a very kind of niche product. But basically, it's a 5-year-old whiskey that is like triple peated compared to like an Ardbeg. It's the smokiest whiskey that exists, and there's different releases every year. Some of them are smokier than others. They do 3 versions. There's the 14-1, which is like the regular one. There's the 14-2, which I think is like some kind of like wine barrel version usually. Let's see if they have them all here. The 15-1 is out now, but these aren't around near me. So the 15-1 is 108 ppm. It's a little bit lighter. The 15-2 is a mix of red wine, ex-red wine, ex-bourbon, and ex-cognac. So there's like weird barrels in the 2. And the 3, I think this is the one that's Isla Barley. That's right. So this one is also ex-bourbon and Oloroso Hogshead. And this one is peated at 307. So I don't have access to the 0.3, but this one is peated to 307 ppm. Okay, so if we understand that, that's like 5 or 6 times. That's 3 times the one that is 3 times the other one. So it's like 9 times as peated. I wonder if they have the previous years just available to click on. No, eh? They just have it in like the shop. So this is the one that's easily available to me, so we'll probably get this one. So the 14-2 is wine and sherry cask, yeah. So like the 0.2 is usually like some kind of wine barrel version of it. And the 0.3 is the Isla Barley version. So that's where, that's the one that comes in the see-through bottle where all the barley inside comes from Isla, whereas otherwise the barley is sourced. And it seems like the 0.3 is the most peated one. I wonder if I can just put 3 in here and get what I want. Yeah, so the ppm of the 14.3 was 214. So it seems like if you get the 0.3, that's the most peated version. I've never seen a 0.3 ever. But I've seen 0.2s and 0.1s around. The 14.1 is what's around. So I'm thinking we'll get a bottle of 14.1 and we'll have that for the next goal. I think that'll be a good one. Take it easy. All right, Mr. Camp, thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Thanks for opening our spectacular too. That's all you, man. Thank you. Toys are lower than I thought they were supposed to be. Well, you see, I guess these ones are in stock. A lot of times this stuff is not in stock. So this one's already gone, for example. This is about the price that... This is about the price that I'll end up paying. Yeah, like this is about the price. I don't know, like, I guess USD is probably like pretty close, right? But something about the availability, right? This is still, like, to be clear, like, this is still really expensive for a 5-year-old whiskey. You know? That's pounds, yeah. So this is in British pounds, yeah. So this is like almost like $200 for you, something like that. But these have been kind of sitting here for like since the last fest. These have been sitting around. So there's a 750 bottle and a 700 bottle. So like the 700 bottle is like right on the money for the conversion from their online store. And this is the one that's around near me. And it's been around here forever. So I'm not worried someone's gonna buy it. It's there every time I go in. It's there. So I'm not worried about it disappearing. But it appeared last year after the fest. So probably this year the 15-1 will appear. I have no how do I want to say this? There's no chance this is going to go on clearance. It's not that kind of product. So, but I think this is a good target. And I think you guys will be excited for that. Mom will be excited for that. And I mean to write a news post, but I've been meaning to do that for like 3 weeks, and I just like keep pushing it back because things keep changing. We're lucky to find the Port Charlotte, and I will find this in my state. Yeah, it's possible. It is like limited. The nice thing about ANBL is the only way you can buy stuff from here is to go to this physical location and pick it up. They do not do any kind of online order or shipping or anything. So when stuff comes in here, if it's like the stuff that's really niche, like this, like 5-year-old turbo peated whiskey, if there's more than the enthusiasts in the area want, it just sits here until someone physically goes and buys it. Unlike BSW, where or Craft Cellar, where stuff can go anywhere. I wonder if they have some on BSW. They have Octos on here. They do, but they're way more expensive. They got a 14.3 on here. They got a 15.3 on here. Now, see, the difference between, like, this and the one I just showed you is this one has tax on it. So, this is actually, like, way more expensive when you think about it. Man, this would be nice, though. This will be the next one. We'll do this for another thing. One of these mega peated ones. We got to get a regular octo out of our system first. Do they still have a black art on here? Do. I showed my wife this bottle, and she said just buy it. And I said it's $665 plus taxes. And
Why the fuck did I say that?
we were sitting over at the table, and I showed you this black art bottle, and you said it was so pretty. And then I was like, "Yeah, it's really expensive," and you were like, "Just buy it." You remember that?
No, but I mean, I did spend 400.
Yeah. 30 gifted? Yeah, something like that.
Sounds like something
It's not set in stone yet. It'd be 30 or 40. Maybe 30. Because 20 took like 6 months. So 30 kind of feels fair. It's got to be more, but not too much more. Yeah, I want one of these really bad, but it's a lot of money. So yeah. Yeah, we'll do it at 30 or something like that. I don't even know. I don't even have the bottle yet, so. And last time I did animations, and they were like, they kind of worked, but they kind of didn't work. It was kind of weird. Like, the, whatchamacallit, the like, how many left alert worked sometimes. Like, I can open it up here. Like this worked sometimes, this thing, where it would like fill up. And sometimes the text would come up and it wouldn't show the bottle at all. And I don't know if this one ever played. Like, sometimes it would work and sometimes it just wouldn't. Sometimes I would just hear the dinging sound. And then when it actually procced, the big one actually procced, it cut off. I was so disappointed. So I played it again and it played properly. But I don't know why. I'm going to have to figure out why they don't play right. And I don't really have a reason to understand why they didn't play right. That's the most frustrating part, I guess. Like, when this procced properly, it ended right now. It just went bloop, and that was it. And I was like, what the fuck? It's not working. The music stopped and everything. That was so annoying. And there's like other shit that happened too, but it's like, I don't understand why. There was like flamethrower celebration on it too. But I don't really understand why it cut off. It's like Twitch like doesn't like the animation. So I might have to do another. I would like to do another one, but I have to figure out why it didn't work right. Okay. Oh, so good. But yeah, I think that's the plan. Live review tomorrow. Final Fantasy IV tomorrow. We'll try to do this on Saturday. I don't know if you're going to be around on Saturday, but I told Cap if he's around, because Cap also has a bottle of this. We'll try to do this on Saturday. Because Saturday was supposed to be a community bottle, and we'll just say this is the community bottle. I think that's fucking fair. And hopefully you can be around for that. And then maybe I'll do a news post this weekend. We'll try to get, I'll get that Octo. And I'll try to remember to do a news post. I got like a lot of stuff to talk about. Things are weird. And I haven't done one in a while. So Saturdays are tough, yeah. I feel that. And that's like the weird part is like Saturdays are hard for you, but the point was almost that Saturdays would be easier for most people, but it ended up not being that way. Unless I do Saturday at 1 a.m. Apparently that's a good time. Am I supposed to stream Saturdays at 1 a.m. from now on? That's what VODs are for? Fair. I guess that's fair. I haven't been posting fresh cracks on YouTube, but all of the stream footage is on there. I've just been like posting the reviews because like I don't know, I kind of felt like I was bombarding it a little bit with like duplicate. Like I don't want to like have two videos for the same whiskey, so I kind of just like, well, I'll just put the review up from now on. That's what I want to do, I think. Maybe. Anyway, I think that's it. I think that's all. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. I'll be back tomorrow. Final Fantasy 4 and live review of something. And then maybe lore cask strength on Saturday, and maybe big Discord update on Saturday. I think that's what's happening. I'll be around either way. I appreciate you. Till next time.